Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning. Whoa, that's a little hot. Good morning, everybody. Welcome for being here. Thank you so much for joining me for day 21 of the Karen Reed drama. Yes, we are in Karen Reed today. Thank you, God. We had a break. I mentally needed it. I have missed you guys, and boy, the 5 days has gone by fast. But I did miss you guys so much that I forgot to even put my jewelry on. Y'all, I don't have my jewelry on today. And I have to tell you, my friend who gave me this jewelry box and all my jewelry is neatly stored in here. Oh, God love you. She's organizing me. I hope everybody had a good weekend. We've had a weekend of a lot of bad storms. I was going to go live last night, and at the exact same time I was going to go live, hailstorm hits. So I couldn't. We do not have a covered parking at my son's office, nor do I have a garage at my home. So we run and park in the city parking garage, which is free. Thank you, Jesus. To prevent, if we can, hailstorm damage, because it was about a year and a half ago that my car was all but totaled to hail, maybe 2 years ago. I had baseball size hail go through my window. I didn't even know it was gonna hail. It was just like, boom, there it was. Yeah, it was not a fun experience. So for those of you who are enduring that experience now, my heart goes out to you. Insurance companies, thank God for them, but none of us like them. It's kind of like my son talked about going into the insurance company. And I was like, no, don't go into the insurance company. Everybody will hate you. All right, who was first in chat? Hello, Miss Erin. Good morning, Gerald. Good morning, June. Good morning, Ada K. Good morning, one sunny day. And Jackie Ballard, good morning. And guys, if I seem a little distracted, I have a cat that has decided to go spazzo, and she's running all over the place. Let's get a quick look. I can't. I have to pull it up in a different. Oh, let me see what I can do. Okay. I have to pull it up in this. Okay, that is in Chrome, so I have to pull up my bingo card in Chrome. Yeah, I know, guys. I don't know why it's giving me trouble. Chrome and some of these things do not cross-send. If y'all hear this crazy cat in the background, I apologize. She's a little cray cray, though. She is literally running and skidding across the floor. I don't know if you heard that. She's happy she's been fed. Here's today's bingo card, in my humble opinion. Ask the question a different way. Raccoon reconstruction? Is that what that is? If you notice, I left my glasses at home. Backing up correct, may I approach? Repeat the question. Key data, objection, cut off attorneys. At the moment, Your Honor, I will allow next witness overrules sustain. I do not understand the question. Tail light lens. Side by external review. Good morning, Your Honor. Back up speed. Speed answered will stand and data. See Morales. Lita Tony, well, thank you for joining us on Facebook. I greatly appreciate that. I really, really do. I love getting new people on our lives. I gotta turn off the volume on that. Good morning. I'm going to come on, volume off. Good morning, Jackie, and good morning, Lita. Thank you so much again for watching in Facebook land. For those of you who don't know, we have Facebook land. Who else is up? Thank you, June, for clarifying that about the bingo card. Thank you. Well, for those of us who need a quick reminder where we were on that one shiny day last Wednesday, when we found out, let me get this where it's supposed to be. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Awesome. When we found out that the Karen retrial will be on vacay from Thursday to Monday. So today is Tuesday. Let's catch up a little bit, shall we? So on the 21st, we had Miss Henley. I think that's what her name is. Let me get my notes, get to my notes. I appreciate my mods for their note taking. I can't do this without them. You've been fabulous. Thank you. Thank you so very much. So we start today with witness. That's right. We had a delay because the judge had to talk to the jurors. Yeah, I remember that now. We finished with the doctor, the neurosurgeon, and then we went and the interesting thing I found about the neurosurgeon was without any prompting whatsoever, and this is hard to do when you don't have your glasses. Okay. Without any prompting from the prosecution, which is not what they would want to hear, is, "Oh, he could have slipped and fallen back, been drinking and basically been drunk and slipped and fallen backwards and hit his head on the ground, and it would have caused that." That was not what the prosecution wanted to hear, and it did. And at no time did he find that a vehicle backed up and hit him in the head. Then Hanley comes back and starts talking about the broken glass and the debris she examined. And oh, yeah, that's right. I can't pull up that document. Let me see if I can find it here. Uh, I'm trying to get something over here. Sorry, guys. I am in the process of, there we go. There we go, there we go. Okay, so Henley comes back. She is who was she? Let me get this up and going. Forgive me. It's a Tuesday, Monday. She is, Kristen Him is MSPD. She's a criminal lab person, level 3, which means she's supervising. And I guess I need to stop touching my hats with makeup on my fingers. She describes how she tested the materials. She said that she tested the glass. And the interesting thing is, and I'm trying to find the glasses, the chart that was used for the glass. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, here we go. This is what I wanted you to see. So, the cup over here, we don't need to worry about that. The bumper glass, the glass that was found precariously laying on top of the bumper, was glass recovered by Proctor. The 9 pieces of recovered glass by Butnick was in the yard. And then there was another group of glass found by Proctor in the yard. And the interesting thing is, none of the glass glass particles or parts matched the big piece of glass. I'm going to say the cup itself. Where did that glass come from? Because the glass on the bumper did not match the big glass they showed in court. Y'all, that's a little interesting, wouldn't you think? That's a little interesting. So we went through that. So at the end of the day, I think at the end of the day, Lolly shows one of the breaks between the glass piece and she puts it together. Here's the glass after Hanley was able to partially reassemble it. Let me see if I have a picture of that. That's not what I want to say. Let it go. Let it go. And it went away. So I have to bring it back. I don't know how or why or when it went, but I have to bring it back. Okay, so at the end of the day, come on. My computer's being a little squirrely. Nope, that's not what I need. Nope. Okay. Didn't show what I needed it to show, but that's okay. So at the end of the day, we have the fact that Lolly concludes his questioning. Jackson begins his cross-examination. He asks Henley to repeat that the debris plastic could have come from the taillight, but not necessarily. Of course, Jackson asks if the taillight contains any glass, and Henley says she needs to check her notes. That is where we left off. Now, if you look at the actual taillight itself, it does not contain any glass. It does not even contain a light bulb. Just so you know. Magic glass. That's right. It does not even contain a light bulb. That glass is all done by an LED connection to some plastic that has bubbles in it in order for those to I'm pulling up Karen Reed images and see if I can find a picture of the taillight. The taillight has these little bubbles in it. And those little bubbles come down and here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Let me get over here. Let me go here. Let me stop share screen. I've got to share window because it's a photo. Okay. Oh, I need the photo. I'm gonna try and embiggen this a little bit for y'all if I can. There we go. That's as embiggened as I can make it. There we go. So, there's pieces of plastic that run in an L shape here and here. When under this little silver thing, it clips in to a link for an LED light, like our running lights that we have on our devices and behind TVs and those strip lights. If you cut that connection, there's not gonna be any color coming down this clear piece of plastic. So, there's not like there's a light bulb behind the plastic that's illuminating it, and that's something that I hope the defense touches on because when you remove this L-shaped plastic or disconnect it from the top, bottom, it can be broken off, but what's left will still illuminate. It illuminates red. When you hit the brake, this connection up here has a red light and it illuminates all the way down and across. Even though there's plastic that goes over it that's red, it emphasizes it, but that tail light never glows white. There's not a white light that transfers from this L-shaped area. It's red or yellow down in the bottom. Same here. This is all plastic on this side right here. I think this is a white on this side. This here up here is white. This is white. I think that's yellow right there. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But what I'm trying to say is this particular not glass, plastic does not have a light bulb behind it like a lot of cars do. They have a bulb like mine. I have bulbs in mine, and it's up to the outer housing to determine the color that that light is going to be. Just FYI. Just thought I would just give you a little hint of what I'm looking at. For me, I believe that it is definitely a situation when it comes to the light. Uh, oh, somebody, Lolly asked, that funny moment happened in court yesterday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday was the music started playing from the witness's laptop and she couldn't get it to stop. I thought that was an interesting little tidbit. I don't know where that came from. Lady Jane, welcome, welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are in the holding pattern for the fabulous Karen retrial. We are not in with jury right now. If you haven't already, please get your bingo card. Um, I talked about the tail light lens, so you can mark that off, y'all. I talked about the tail light lens, so that there is a mark on your bingo card. Yay! I'm trying to get my notes. I'm trying to get everything organized because I got stuff everywhere. There we go. I'm trying a new pattern on my screen. Oh, there we go. See, so y'all can have an idea what it looks like in here. I have a lot of different things on my screens and I have to move them around. I could almost do with 2 more screens. I know, I know. I'm not putting RA up for competition here. Sort of. Not doing it. Ooh. I may have to go for a cup of coffee. Okay, lordy. We already have our very first sidebar. We are in. We have sidebar. Where's sidebar? No, we have one. Mark off sidebar. And we are outside the jury's. Did y'all hear that by any chance? Y'all let me know if you heard any kind of weird music. Of course, there's a sidebar. Of course. Thank you so much, Lady J. Yes, we love our bingo, and thank you again so much, June, for providing this for us every single day. You will be blessed. I will promise you that you will be blessed. We have Miss June is in here. Well, not Miss June. I'm sorry. I was thinking she's not here yet. None of my mods are here yet. What? What? None of my mods are in house yet? It's a Tuesday. It definitely feels like a Monday. This is our Monday. Sorry about that, y'all. My hat has got makeup all over it. We do have Mother in the house today. Um, say what isn't so? Well, thank you, Karate Cat Mom. Thank you so very much. We've missed you. But I know this is not your jam, so that's cool. Thank you for hopping in. Greatly appreciate it. I was gonna have to get me a cup of coffee. I'm gonna have to do it. And I think I'm gonna have the Ethiopian dark roast from our Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They're fabulous. I absolutely adore them. Okay, yep, it's working. Oh, get our creamer. Yeah. Everybody is so excited to be in there. Look, and look, where is all of the media? Where's all the media? Where's what? Hey, June, can you pull up that media chart and see who's supposed to be in this week if you have that? I don't know where you're getting it, but thank you so much for getting it. Let's go over to X and see. Let's see what they're saying this morning about. Good morning, everybody. It is the 6th week of trial in the Karen Reed. Dr. Welcher is expected to take the stand, I think, today at some point. At some point, we are hoping for Dr. Welcher to take the stand. Court TV is in the house. Yep, they sure are. Hi, Aaron. Good morning, Ronnie. I was just asking where you were. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I am fighting the yawning, so we are getting a cup of coffee. Uh, y'all don't forget to go to our Discord and log in, validate your account, and have fun. Also, Thank you so much, As the Gavel Drops, for all your court documents needs. Go to Discord, go to As the Gavel Drops. Make sure that you register and validate your account. And then you too will have access to all the fabulous court documents that we have access to. And you can keep up with your favorite cases that we may not be following at this moment. So, once again, as the gavel drops, thank you for partnering with us. And we so appreciate all your efforts. As the gavel drops are dear friends of ours. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, Maddie. Oh my gosh, we're getting more in Facebook. Good morning, Mary. Oh my gosh, y'all. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Gerald sent me an attachment. What did you send me, boo? I don't have volume. Wait.
Is creative. My heavens, this has the texture of a yoga mat. Tastes like you set the oven to hope for the best. Did you plan for it to taste like this, or was that an accident? This tastes like a dare. This tastes like you cooked it in the dark. You sure this ain't a recipe for making rocks? I can't tell if I need a fork or a chisel. This tastes like it was made out of spite. Well, it sure is creative.
Okay, honey boo. Is that any Are you doing that because of my pie that I made the other day? I made a pie the other day. Mhm. It is my own recipe. It was buttermilk, German chocolate buttermilk pie. And no, it wasn't Miss Hilly's special pie. That is one of my all-time favorite movies, if you haven't noticed. I got it. Thank you so much. Today is week 6. We have Grant Smith in the house. Again, Aiden Kearney is not there. We have Court TV. Well, I don't know how Grant Smith Ellis is getting there 100% of the time, but okay. We have the Boston Globe is in the house this week. WJAR TV is in the house this week. We have Associated Press in the house this week. John DePetro is in the house this week. WBZ TV is there this week. The Boston.com, Dateline, and News Nation are all in the house this week. Thank you so much for sending that, June. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Boo. You are awesome. Awesome, awesome sauce. Thank you so very much. And of course, everybody and their brother is now popping live. Oh, but I can't read it. I need my glasses. All right, let's talk about the collision event timeline. We will go through this during break, actually. I think that will be the best thing to do. Hopefully by then I'll have my glasses because my honey boo has promised me he would bring me my eyeglasses. Please don't forget, Gerald. Mama needs her eyeglasses. Oh, we have some birthdays today. Oh my gosh, I got to do birthdays today. And I can't read crap. There it is. Let's do happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy
Happy
birthday, happy birthday, happy
happy
birthday to you.
All right, happy birthday to Stacy, Artie, Christina, Kelly, Lisa, Grace. Thank you guys so much for following me on Facebook. Happy blessed birthday. I hope you have a good and amazing birthday. Thank you again so much for joining us live on Facebook. I got notifications. We're good. Okay. Got that done. Forget the hat? What do you mean, forget the hat? I said the glasses, not a hat. I freaking love that movie. I've watched it so many times, I can't even tell you. That and Devil Wears Prada. I know. I know. It's a chick flick. I love Meryl Streep. I love all the actors in that particular movie. The clackers in sign languages is the sign for high heel. So that's what we have there. This poor dude, I mean, look at him. He's like, I'm so bored. Let's get on with this. And look, there's not very many people in the galley for the Karen Reed either. Gerald, don't forget to bring Mama her glasses, my eyeglasses, because I can't see. Ah, it's a morning, y'all. I can't believe I got up without my eyeglasses. Don't know. Why do we call them eyeglasses? Glasses for my nose? Nose glasses? Oh, I am. Okay, mods, I am in live. Mods live. If you need to send me anything, thank you so much for following me. Oh, that's a different color. That's a different color for her. Something's going on. Oh my gosh, I know, right, Ronnie? I don't have to worry about that much anymore, but I will tell you what I do worry about on my thing. Traffic. Oh, I do. Somewhere. It just y'all can't hear it. I have it, but for some reason you guys can't hear it, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Uh, Main default. We don't need fade, no fade in. Why is it not playing? I don't hear any of it. I'll have to fix it. Mm. Now none of my sound bites are working. I could hear them before. Now I can't hear them at all. I give up. I literally just I'm so over it. It's just not. What did you post, babe? Oh, thank you for that from my Twitter. I know. I don't know what's going on with it. I I'm just gonna have to I wonder. If all else fails, unplug it, plug it back in. You never know what's gonna happen. Nope. Can't even hear my sidebar. What the heck? Oh, wow. I didn't know that affected the sound. Did y'all hear any of that? Thank you for sharing. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Everybody, don't forget. We need, oh, not that. I need you guys to make sure that you comment, like, and subscribe because when you do, you get entered into the end of the month giveaway. If you hit the like button, hit I liked. If you shared, comment I shared. And um, come on, type with me. And if you get a bingo, put I bingoed. I Bingo, Bingo, and Bingo was his name. Oh, I'm delirious, y'all. I ain't lying. This chick ain't lying. This is Tuesday morning, Monday morning grog. Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday weekend. Yes, I do too. Tell us what you did this weekend. Put it in comments and let us know. I have a I made a German chocolate buttermilk pie. Um, I don't know. Some people like it. My son's not big on pecan, but it's what's in German chocolate cake. So it was like a German chocolate cake in a buttermilk pie recipe. And let me tell you, I'm not a big buttermilk pie fan, but I'll eat this. I created this recipe myself because don't need that. I created the buttermilk pie recipe myself because someone loves German chocolate, but they're not a big cake fan. Slept and lazed on my bed scrolling. Oh, you had a little cute cookout, Mary? Oh, that's awesome. Gerald and I went and saw his mother and father on Saturday. And the rest of the weekend, we just hung out. Um, we had a lot of storms coming through. We're going to be having a whole lot more storms coming through. Hopefully, most of the storms are going to continue to be evening storms. So I don't have to worry so much about the live feed. We keep saying we're going to connect this battery source and we keep forgetting to do it. So maybe tonight, Gerald, we need to do that. It feels weird not being in college. It feels weird not doing homework. And I mean, really weird not doing homework. Um, I keep feeling like I'm supposed to get some homework done and I don't. So go figure. So that's kind of weird. Although June 5th is, I think it's the 5th is when my classes start again. I'm not too sure. I had my hair braided all weekend, so it's kind of a frizz bucket today. Signing into my college account, waiting patiently for Karen Reed to start. We are in week 6. What? I can't sign in. I don't know what's wrong with my account now. No, that was not helpful. Let me reset my password. Dagnabbit, don't you hate that? Oh, my cap lock's on. That's what's wrong. I forgot my cap lock was on. That makes sense. It would help if I took my cap lock off. Go figure. That worked. Oh, I know. I'm going. When you log into your account, you have to use this authentication thing. To me, it drives me crazy. Every time you sign in, it's like signing in 3 times just to get in. Oh, you did? Well, tell. What happened? What happened? How did that go? You baked bread? Oh my gosh, that sounds heavenly. I haven't baked bread in so long, y'all. So long. And let's see. So Oh, by the way, we had somebody notify me that they were listening to my live, but they were not commenting. Wait a minute. Okay. Well, I'll be getting a refund. Yay. Because they felt that she was guilty of something, and it would be the second count because she was drinking and driving and left the scene of an accident. And she was a little concerned about sharing that information publicly with us. I want to say this to everybody. You can believe she is guilty all you want. Sorry, I guess it's allergy season. You can believe she's guilty and share that here. We do not tolerate bullying. We do encourage healthy banter and healthy debate, but all views are welcome here. If you hear something in the testimony that you strongly agree with or disagree with, feel free, please, to comment and enjoy this channel to the full extent that it's meant for you to do so. You have just as much right here as anybody else um, to be able to share your opinion freely. We have had to remove some people, unfortunately, because they were not being nice to those who had a difference of opinion. And I hate doing that, but that is not what this channel is about. You have just as much right to state your opinion as anybody else. Oh, WCBB was not chosen in court's randomizer for this week. Okay. This is interesting. According to the court clerk office, as far as today, of the 10 media organizations who were chosen to have shown up to claim their passes, the other 6 seats will remain empty until at least 10 a.m. when the alternates can begin claiming them. So we have, oh, someone just hopped in. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So what happens is if they're not there by 10 a.m., then they lose their place for the week and an alternate gets to come in. So everybody is expecting the prosecution to wind up their case this week. Everybody's expecting Welcher to come in today. Jurors are, wait, judge shows a new filing, the defendant's supplemental list of prospective witnesses filed today. We're waiting for the document. So this is what they're arguing about right now. It's a supplemental list of prospective witnesses. Ooh, this ought to be spicy. Everybody has their own opinion, and all opinions are welcome. We have a voice, use it. Don't be disrespectful towards another. But please come in and share your opinions. You know who you are. If you are watching, I am comfortable with you staying in the background, and I'm comfortable with you hopping in. But I just wanted everybody to know that this is a place where I will do my best to ensure that everybody is respectfully heard and gets to speak. Um, so Otherwise, there's a block party around the corner and you'll have fun. And I have sent my mods have sent a few there. I have too. But I pride myself in being able to say, in general, we have not had to send very many people to a block party. Very few people. I'm very happy. I guess the more we grow, that more my honey fixed Mr. Goat. We couldn't name him Van Goat because that's Emily D. Baker's, because for some reason these goats lose their ear. We got the goat. We got the goat back. We got the goat back. Could y'all hear that, Addie's soldier? I don't understand why it's not coming across. I am don't know why y'all are not getting sound in this. Well, oh well. What did you say? What did Aaron say? Well, this weekend I went to Charlotte, North Carolina for my boyfriend for his friend's son's mudran ceremony. It's Hindu. That's right. Um, it's basically like a Hindu baptism ceremony done where the child has their first haircut and some other rituals. Yep, I've seen that. Actually, I photographed one. No, but are you hearing my sound effects? Like the word Ra Mudran. Moondron. Okay, thank you very much for that. Moondron. Mm. Wow, court is taking a while. Thank you, Jackie. Um, I'm actually looking for Father's Day this year. My father, let's see, my biological, my foster father, and my adoptive father have all passed. My spiritual father is still alive, and I love him dearly, and I can't wait to celebrate him this year. He is 90 years old, y'all. That man 90. That man be 90. Um, I don't know when we are supposed to get all of our rain and bad weather again today. Where's my weather at? Oh, why are you over here? I don't want ChatGPT here. I'm gonna come up here. Put you back here. I need you. My iPad is not happy. There we go. I am checking our weather because no sound effects. Yeah, that's frustrating me. I don't understand why I'm not having any sound effects. It's driving me crazy. Okay, let's see if they're predicting. Nope, we're not going to get any rain today, but tomorrow, pretty much the rest of this week, we'll have rain, chances of rain, but I think it all's going to happen at night. I watched Dark Winds. The Navajo people celebrate a baby's first laugh with a special family party called the First Laugh Ceremony. Yes, I have seen the entire series, and I have to tell you that is one of the most accurate Native Americans shows on TV. I'm Res Dog was cool, but that was more about teenagers on the res. But the traditions, like when a young girl becomes a woman, has her first cycle, they have a becoming of age ceremony. Um, there's just a lot of really cool stuff. If you don't know anything about Native Americans, wado, y'all go and watch it. It's awesome. Yeah, Yeah. I just pulled up the radar just to check on y'all. I did. I did. Oh, excuse my yawn. On our bingo card, don't forget at the top of the comments, our bingo card is posted. Facebook, if you would like to play bingo with us, go to my YouTube channel. I know, I know, I know, I know. Go to YouTube and you don't like YouTube. But if you go to my YouTube channel and at the top, well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What am I doing? I can just do this. Control copy, put it in Facebook. Ah, there you go, guys. Click on the link, copy that link. Um, and you too can play bingo with us. It does. It does show different ceremonies, but it does show the realities of life on a reservation. It's interesting. It's got an interesting criminal plot that I think is fun. Isn't it? Is it Netflix, Ronnie? I can't remember. I have so many of them. Celine Dion is back at it again. Well, they're saying the jury is entering, so maybe not. And Celine Dion is not at high speed today. It must not be going for the high notes. Ronnie, was that on that show Dark Winds, was that on Netflix? I think it is. Well, let me just look. Let me just go over here and look. If y'all want, we can watch it on Discord, but it is a series, so can't watch it here. Yes, it is on Netflix. I just pulled it up. It is a Netflix. Motion eliminate upload? What are you talking about? Is it in Discord? Because I haven't seen anything ping me in Discord. Oh, guys, you want to see Alessi? Oh my gosh, y'all. Alessi outside of court. I saw this and I forgot all about it. And now I got to show you. This is Alessi outside of court. Look at those arms, y'all. Buff that guy is for 60 years old. Oh, snap. You got muscle. I wouldn't want to mess with you, that's for sure. I think he could knock somebody out real quick with one punch. Um, got it. Thank you very much. Let me look at that real quick and then if where did it go? Oh, there it is. Commonwealth moves in limine according with the settled practice that the death certificate be redacted for the means of the manner of death. This is the Commonwealth Jail's law amended through 1969 is now amended C provides that nothing contained in the record of a death which has reference to question of liability for causing of the death shall be admissible in evidence in a criminal trial, excluding from death certificate the words homicide, suicide, self-harm, an accident, or in this case, undetermined. It is better and safer, see Commonwealth versus whatever, where defendant does not dispute the validity of the death certificate or the facts that John O'Keefe is died. The question of liability is left solely to the trial jury. For the above reasons, the Commonwealth asks this court to preclude any reference and or redact the manner of death contained in the victim's death certificate. Well, do you think you're a little bit late for that one, y'all? I mean, the crap is already out of the horse. Yeah, I need to go to AMC for the 3rd season. I haven't seen that one yet. Thank you, Erin. It was in membership drop. Thank you, June, so much for dropping that. You're simply the best, better than all the rest. Sidebars over. The court is in recess. Still no jury or witnesses yet. That was 5 minutes ago. Oh, Auntie Bev is making the defense to pay homage for the new award. Yeah, if y'all haven't heard, she gets the Woman of the Citizen of the Year, Woman of the Year, something of the Year award for her outstanding job as being a judge. Now, I will tell you, I have watched another case of her that she did that was totally different situation. I mean, of course, each case is different. And she was a totally different judge. She was not the same judge that we see here as in the other case. Yeah, Auntie Bev has got a Person of the Year award. Woo! Actually, this is my feeling on that. Yep, that'd be my feeling. I want them to bring the llama back. For those of you who missed it, wasn't it last trial? The Person of the Year. Um, didn't they bring a llama outside the courthouse and the the defense team got pictures with them petting the llama. I couldn't help it. I love the llama. The llama was a good thing. Yep, that was great. Appreciated the llama. Can we have the llama back? Um, where did you put them, June? See, here's the thing, guys. Mods, please put all your stuff in live communication if you want, if it's live. Otherwise, you know where to put it. And of course, June, you've got it, but it's in member drop off. Here is the award. Bar Association of the Norfolk County annual dinner, Wednesday, May 21st. Oh, that's why she was ready to get the hell out of there. 4 Points, Sheridan, Norwood, 6 p.m. reception, 7 p.m. dinner. Person of the Year, the horrible Beverly J. Canoni. Keynote speaker was Walter Timley, clerk of court. Pro bono award was Richard Bargoni, I guess, Esquire. Richard, I can't read it. I don't have my glasses. F.A.G. Fagon got the pro bono award, and the amicus Kearney award was Monica Collins, assistant clerk magistrate, Salton District Court. So, yeah, I would not been excited if I was in that area to hear her do that. Okay, I'm looking for it right now. 4 other links sent you about Welcher. Amish buggy. I don't know if June, when did you send it? Because if it's far back, I'm not seeing it in member drop off. I see today's, I see decision order in Thomas something grant Erica Walsh emergency request for the review. Just now, it's not showing up. and membership information drop off? All I have is the motion and eliminate. Hold on. I'm refreshing. Okay, there they are. I refreshed again. Let me. Dr. Welcher's. I'm going to bring this over here. We'll share this while we have all this going on. Let me remove the Karen Reed. Okie dokie. Let's get this a little bigger so we can all read it. Maybe it's too big. No, it's too big. 33. Can I put 45%? No. There we go. All right. So these are all the times a total. This testimony history was reported by expert and on a resume or curriculum. It's 192 times he has been depoted or testified. A lot more depots than testifying, that's for sure. But he's got a lot on them. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let me get it back up. Let me get it back up. There we go. So this is areas of expertise, admitted defendant, judge. Accident and injury, accident investigation and reconstruction. Oh, this ought to be good, y'all. So this is all the cases he has been a part of. And apparently there's quite a few. Quite a few. Let me see what this is. Let's share this. Delete that. Areas of accident injury investigations. So dockets. He had one in 2015. Judicial opinions. He's had quite a bit. Jury verdicts. Oh, there's a lot of testimony. Appearances and summary roles. Defendant side, other legal roles, plaintiff side. So he's done far more defendant roles than he has the plaintiff by far. Expert testimony. Okay. So his first expert was 2011. He did 120. I got to get this back up. We still the fan. 2011, 2012, he had 3, 2016, 1, 2017, 2, 18, 1 in 19, and he's had a total of 9 as an expert testimony. Trial filings and trial motions. Okay. Interesting. These are the attorneys. I don't see any of our attorneys listed yet. Okay, that's cool. Wait, didn't mean to do that one. These are all of his expert publications. So he's been in a lot. He's got some credentials. So this ought to be good, y'all. This ought to be really good. I'm looking forward to this. I don't know about y'all, but him I'm looking forward to. However, my monitors are not lined up like they are supposed to be. Oh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Thank you, June, for all of that. The series is based on a few books that I read maybe 20 years ago. My dad collected when he was in the Navy base. I forgot the name of the author. I bet you would like the books, Ada K. I would. I'll have to go look for those books. I don't do a whole lot of reading because I'm reading so much for college, but that I would attempt. I'm excited because in October and November we have powwow, and I finally found my missing barrette. Never know when you're going to find what you've lost. I need to get this stuff finished, but now I'm not so stressed. I have some time. I've got to get probably about 900 hours of bead work done to be fully complete for the big powwow in Austin, Texas in November. I encourage you guys to go to powwows, but when you do go to powwows, there are some rules that must be followed. Number one, there's no alcohol, no weapons permitted on the premises of a powwow. Contrary to what people believe, not every Native American is an alcoholic, and a lot of times people don't realize that alcohol was introduced to the Native Americans while they were being held at a prisoner camp at the beginning phase of the Trail of Tears. And then once they made it to the reservations and they didn't have food, they didn't have the government didn't couldn't feed them and couldn't keep them happy because there was no food. They couldn't hunt, so they had to depend on the government to supply the crappy food that they did, which was usually nothing. Um, the government started giving alcohol to the natives, especially in the winter, because it made them feel warmer than they were. And thus, they also got real happy, most of them, not all of them, on alcohol, i.e., drunk. And so, um, alcohol was introduced at that point in time. So, just showing. Oh, that's cool. We got a new thing, and I love being a beta tester because we get to see comments up. Is that showing up on my screen? I gotta check this out. Give me a second, guys. I gotta check this out. Is this gonna show up actually on the screen? Oh my god, really? Somebody make a comment. Is it my comments? Whose comment? Why did it not show up? Oh, there they go. Woohoo! That's cool. But the problem is, can I move it? No, I cannot. Y'all, that can show up there on the actual live, but then when I put my overlay, that interferes. Do y'all like seeing the chats right there? Hello, Ronnie. Oh my gosh, do y'all like that there? Can I edit this and move the chat? No, I cannot. What do y'all think about having the chat up there? Let me know. Yes or no? I am liking that. No? You like it better like that? I guess there's a time and a place for those to be up there, but it's distracting to you. Okay, well, I will use that for other situations, like when we're doing our Sunday night lives or something like that. I don't know, that's pretty cool though to have that option. If I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna have to come in here. Oh, that's not what I wanna do. I wanna edit. I would have to move this up here. See, I can do that. Move me. I can do this. so it's not as distracting. I could put the banner. I can move the National Grape Day. By the way, today is National Grape Day, y'all. Hope you enjoy your grapes. Go get some grapes, y'all. Save layout. There we go. I forgot to tell y'all that. Somebody asked why was I putting all this stuff up, and I'm like, it's National Something Day every day. Why not? Let's do National Grape Day. Won't we show people what the today is? New reads. Karen read docs. Thank you guys for putting the stuff into the proper folders. Thank you so much. Ooh, what's this? Do we have something cool? Go back over here. We are waiting. Maybe it will be nice to use if you're streaming a live news feed from another stream. I don't know, because it only will put up the comments that are coming through my stream, not another stream. I don't think. We'll see. We'll see. But I like having that option. That is a cool option. So it might be nice to have when I'm mobile and I can't see everybody's streams. I can't see everybody's comments on my I'm getting my blanket. So when I can't see the comments, I can do that. Oh, what I really want is a heating pad, but I'm trying not to go there just yet. Try not to. It's just, I'm sorry it's distracting for you, Ronnie, but anybody else have an opinion? Please state it. I welcome it. Thank you very much. Let's see. The sidebar is over. Court is in recess. Still no jury. I have no idea what Auntie Bev is doing, but it drives me back crazy. That woman, I mean, we are already an hour into today's live, at least, and we haven't even seen the jury. I don't want to hear, oh, but we're doing this to make things run smoother. My butt. Live communications. By the way, if you've not gone to our Discord, please go to our Discord. We do have some fun things over there. First of all, we have our bingo cards. We have a section that says need help. If you need help with anything emergent that we can help, that would be great. We also have a breaking news. We have a hobby section. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, our fabulous Ronnie did something so cool. I'm going to share it. I'm going to share. I'm sharing, Ronnie. I'm sharing. Look what she did. She took these chairs and she painted them red. So this is the after, that's the before. They look fabulous, Ronnie. Looks like you have a boat. You got a boat, you lucky dog, you. But some of us have different hobbies. Look at her decorations for Easter. Maybe I ought to have you do the decorations for the wedding and the cake. No, it's okay, boo. But I would have, if you were in Texas and you want to come to my wedding, let me know. 907. What just hit? Oh, snap. Karen Reed, supplemental list of prospective witnesses. Defendant intends to call at trial for the sole purpose of authenticating records. Matthew Coleman, Michael Arico, I don't know, Nicholas David White, and Jonathan Dimisis. So that is what was filed this morning. And that is what has caused this delay. What you need to do is, Lita, if you get a bingo in any direction and you can get multiples, okay? We had a coverall the other day. Come over to YouTube. Well, actually, never mind. Put iBingo, IBINGO in comments, and I'll get you into the bingo. I'll do a separate drawing for Facebook. So every time you get a bingo, put iBingo. Put iBingo. So we have a member chat, which is where we get some fun. This is, oh, I love our emojis. This was me this morning. I put that one. That's how I felt this morning. Let's see, who did these? June. Got a hair in my mouth. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, those are definitely. We'll have to watch this. Maybe we'll watch this. We do watch movies sometimes. I'll put up a movie. That's interesting. Cold Cases, the Tylenol Red Rooms. I've seen it. I haven't watched it. And it's only 10:30 p.m. here. Angela, it's still light. It's beautiful. Wow. So we have members. Oh, love the stamps. Always love it. That always gets me giggly. Always gets me giggly. So we have a members chat. Let me see what's unread down here. Okay. Some of this stuff, all of these here you don't see because it's locked. But here's a movie night thread, weather check-in. We have recipes. All Memorial Day dessert my granddaughter and I made. We used cream cheese frosting. That looks good. That looks real good, y'all. Oh, what is that? Hawaiian fried snow. Oh, my Hawaiian friend showed me this recipe. That was so good. That was so good. So we have a recipe. Oh, that's me over my German chocolate buttermilk pie. My own recipe, of course. I might share it. I don't know. I'm pretty covered. Ain't nobody got time for that. I could just hear it in my head. I have a friend that would say that when I was in college. She would sit there and say, ain't nobody got time for that. I miss her. I haven't talked to her in a while. Oh my gosh, that looks wonderful. That was this recipe. And that is a what? Beef? I can't say it. That. In sign language. That. That looked, was it easy to make, Ronnie? Was it easy to make? Because it looks wonderful. And just people sharing their recipes. We do love to share our food and our recipes. So come by. Come on, y'all. Come to our Discord. We have fun in our Discord. I am not super chatty. I'm trying to be better. I am so trying to do better. Live communication. So right now, if anybody needs me, I'm under live communications. Please let me know if you post anything there. Oh, it was easy to make. Well, then I'll have to get the stuff and make it. Yep. So Lita, again, in Facebook, just put I bingo every time you bingo. It is easy. If I say it or it's said in court, that is a rule. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over the card thus far. In my humble opinion, ask the question different way. Recontraction back up. Correct. May I approach? Repeat the question. Key data. Objection. Cut off the attorneys. That's when Auntie Bev cuts the attorneys off. A moment, Your Honor. I will allow. Next witness. Overruled. Sustained. I do not understand the question. External review. Good morning, Your Honor. Back up. Speed. Answer will stand. Data. We've already had sidebar, and I have already talked about the tail lights. So, and of course, your free space. Now, here's a tip. If you go up to help, see, everybody gets the same card, but go up to help and click here, hit OK, and it's going to give you a random card. Up here is the number. There's 1 in 30. So I'm going to go free space, sidebar, and where's tail end. So there we go. So you can change your card so you don't have the same exact layout that everybody else has. You have all the same information, but you have a new layout. What's in breaking news? Oh, homeowner in Long Island made a shocking discovery when they uncovered his pool for summer. A body was in the pool. Ew, how long had it been there? Oh, snap. That sucks, y'all. Homeowner in Long Island made a shocking discovery when uncovering his pool for the summer, finding a body floating in the water after pulling the pool cover off. An Eastern Shoreham in New York homeowner called 911 Sunday after making the disturbing find of a man's body in the pool. Didn't he smell it? He had not wished to comment Monday, though the neighbors are now trying to figure out who the person may have been and what could have happened. I don't know why somebody would try to get under a cover. It's not the smart thing to do. I really wouldn't be happy opening up my pool to find that. Police in Suffolk County said that the county medical examiner will try to determine the victim's identity and how he may have passed away. The investigation's looking into whether the person found may have been about 23-year-old Matthew Zoll, a fugitive of the law. Police believe he stabbed his 61-year-old father to death in Rocky Point, New York, home in November, but Zoll has been on the run ever since. East Shoreham is not far from Rocky Point. That very well may be. It was very strange. We all knew he just left town, got on a train or a bus, said Sharon Healy, adding that the police spent weeks searching the area for Zoll in the fall, but he was never found. Oh my God, that means he's been there since like September, October. Oh, snap. How in the heck could you not smell the decomposing of that body unless your pool was totally frozen? Unless your pool was totally frozen like an ice cube. I don't know. I don't know about pools in up north. Chlorine must have killed a lot of the scent and the bacteria. Possibly, but you need a ton of chlorine, y'all. Oh, I had a visual. Yes, June and Haley always have some fabulous recipes. Reconstructionist Dr. Welcher will testify most likely today. I don't know if they're done with Miss Hanley. Not too sure. I need to be there. I don't know if they're done with her or not. By the way, if I haven't said it, thank you so much for joining me here today and being a part of this channel. You are so greatly appreciated. And thank you so much for your support. By the way, Heidi and Heyman are our mascots. They are our Highlanders. That's the channel mascot. Oh, I love my court junkies. Y'all are my court junkies. You guys, an alternate jurors on X, we have 344 viewers at this time, 9 on YouTube. Come on, YouTube. 3 on Facebook. Yay, Facebook. And 1 on AKA Media and Twitch. Thank you guys so much for joining. We are waiting patiently an hour and 18 minutes after we started the proverbial Celine Dion view, we've had a few things. Let me tell what's happened thus far today. So, good morning. We expected the prosecution will likely wrap up his case this week, and the Karen Retrial reports said that she expects Dr. Welcher to be on today. Um, he did not testify in the first trial. The lawyers were at a sidebar this morning with the judge. They had, I guess they were giving a amended witness list, which we talked about, is a supplemental prospective witness list. And I guess the defense of the prosecution wasn't happy about that. Also, in today's proceedings, WCBB was not chosen as a part of the
You are
randomizer for
unmuted.
the news media. What has happened is one of the rules is there's 10 media slots pulled. If you are not there by 10 o'clock as a part of that particular media in that hot seat, then an alternate gets to take in for the rest of the week, and you're shite out of luck. Here we go. The honorable persons of the year.
Right. I was told council wanted to see
Tony.
me at sidebar again.
Oh, come on. Another sidebar. I wish you guys could be hearing my. Why are y'all not hearing that? I don't know. We are waiting patiently. Yes, patiently waiting. Don't forget, though, to grab your bingo card and get ready. Yeah. Poison of the year. Yep. Someone's. I don't remember where I saw it. It wasn't on YouTube, but somebody said poison of the year instead of person of the year. And they go, oops, my typo. Autocorrect. The jury pool now looks full. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We have a person. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's a 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So jury pool is full. I know Aiden Kearney did not get in unless it's him. I don't think that's him. He's bald. So, yep, the seats are now full. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, she is such a person of the year. Don't we just love her? You know, I had a wonderful fart noise that I was going to use every time Canoni did something stupid, and you guys can't hear it, and it makes me mad. I don't understand why you're not hearing my sounds. Don't understand it one bit. Mm. I have everything set up appropriately. So I don't know why it is not playing the sound. Let me go back to the. Um, yeah, I don't know why it's not. It's not showing. I know, and I don't know why we're not. So I'll work on that once court starts. I will start working on that audio. You go to apps, installed apps. And I'm going down to Stream Deck. It's not even showing. Maybe it's under, oh God, though. I need my glasses. There it is. I don't want to uninstall it. Let me do this. I don't know why. I don't want to install it because if I uninstall it, then I have to. Oh, maybe that's what I have to do. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that is my problem. We'll see. Okay, now let's see if you guys can hear the fart. Please tell me y'all heard it. Maybe I fixed it. I'm seeing it. Give me a second. I'm trying to get out of all this mess that I opened up. Right, June, you're right. And I did see that, and I was going to talk about it when they brought it up. So what's happening? You didn't hear fart now? Okay, so these people are only there to authenticate the former trooper Michael Proctor's text. That's it. Nothing more. Gavel?
Oh, great. Great.
We got the sigh.
You solemnly swear the evidence here for the court in case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Morning.
Bum,
Good
bum,
morning.
bum, 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 bum.
So we're going to have a short voir dire. Okay, so Mr. Lessie?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We have a short verdire. Come on, get. Oh my God, that hurt.
Morning,
Oh,
Dr.
get off of
Welcher.
the mic.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you
Dr.
letting me
who?
know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I
That mic noise.
Morning, Dr.
feels-
Welcher.
Good morning.
Welcher.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth? Who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lowley, Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right. What did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully. It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday, within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brannon and Mr. Lowley.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, your question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He
What?
indicated some of the things on for example,
That's
the slide
trouble.
I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know what slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yeah.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked
Oh,
about.
okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10
8 to 10.
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that this is consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162-2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter? Or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It brings it,
voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is
Good.
You agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162-2 trigger 1231-38 to 1231-43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, it's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in.
Okay, guys, this is huge, huge, because Welcher changed his information based on Burgeon's, excuse me, I'm not saying it right. And this is the guy who told everybody, put in print on all social media, that he had a bachelor's degree in mathematical science, something another, when in fact he did not. He did not. You know, I'm not saying it's, you're working on it for 17 years, boo, keep working. You'll eventually get there. But lying on resumes and whatnot, all of that good stuff, not a good thing. So, the jury has already got a bad taste in their mouth with this guy, supposedly. I would. I wouldn't trust a thing he said. And now this guy, who's a PhD, instead of doing his own homework and doing his own testing and doing his own independent research, is basing a lot of his information off of this guy. And I'm like, what? So we'll see how it goes. Let's get into it.
Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yeah, you might as well stay put, dude.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Bye.
No, they can come in.
Yep. I think she's going to let him know. Well, and the thing is, for me personally, I believe if you're going to be an expert in a field, if there's a bachelor's degree in that field, you should have it. If there is not a bachelor's degree in that field, like with me, disability integration, deaf support specialist, the highest level degree in that field is an associate's. They are working on getting a bachelor program for that, but right now they do not. Then I should have the highest level degree in that field, and I should have many years experience in order to come in as an expert witness, which I could. But for someone who's in a field that has the ability to have that bachelor's degree and they do not, and they lie about it, that bothers me. Yeah, that's not good. Nope, you're good. Hot coffee chats. Did she really allow this in any? We're waiting to find out. We're waiting to find out. I'm sure we're going to find out soon enough. Why do I have two of these? I don't need two of those. Facebook people, thank you so much. What's going on Facebook? Let me look, guys.
I think the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week?
Elena,
Mr.
you were not welcome on my page. Yes, I'm deleting your message. You were not
Sir, can I
welcome
just stand and raise your
here.
hand? Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury the case now is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
Yeah, refer to
All right,
your
Mr.
resume.
Brennan.
Thank
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Mods,
and
go
spell
to
your
mod
first
chat,
and last name for the
please.
court reporter who's next to you.
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist.
Hey guys, I hate to do this, but I have to deal with something right now. This is happening on Facebook. This has nothing to do with YouTube. Facebook, for those of you who are new and joining me for the first time today, thank you so very much. Unfortunately, as you know, sometimes we get trolls and people who don't like to follow rules. And my rules are this. It's real simple. You can disagree to disagree. You can have your own independent opinion. It does not have to agree with mine, and I respect that opinion greatly. I welcome a challenging opinion. I welcome a healthy debate. I welcome you to tell me that you don't believe what I believe, and that's fine. And truthfully, you won't know what I believe about a trial until the trial is over because I play both sides of the coin. That's my job. As long as you're respectful to me and other people, you are welcome to disagree with us and have an independent opinion. And I thank you for that. But if you are rude, obnoxious to other people, belittle other people, you will be sent to the block party. I'm sorry I have to address that, but unfortunately, it popped up on some of the drama popped up on Facebook, and we don't deal with drama. We don't do drama here. So feel free to have your opinion. You're welcome to the opinion, and I will respect that opinion. Okay? I had to do that. Sorry about that. Housekeeping. Back to the
But
beautiful
also a
bean footage.
biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical
Thank you, Hot
engineer
Coffee
different
Chat.
than an
Thank
accident
you.
reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, for when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seat belt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Oh, y'all gotta see this. This is Shannon Burgess, right? His and the guy below him, his this is the one the person we're hearing from right now is Burgess's boss, right? Guess what they did? They changed his education. Oh my God, to associates in computer networking. Oh my God, they finally changed it. Now, let me ask you, if you were a juror and you came in and you saw this, and you're sitting there in the courtroom and you have a guy that comes up and says, I'm an expert in all of this, but all I have is an associate's degree in computer science, computer networking. Was that what it was? Yeah, computer networking. I have an associate's degree in computer networking, but I'm an expert over here. That was good. I
Dr.
just had
Welcher,
to do
I want
it.
to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and
Yes.
an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was
That was done this morning because it
9
wasn't
years
like
ago, I
that
believe.
yesterday.
35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together.
No,
But I
that was
like
my
taking
brother.
things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people, and then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as
The toast was so burnt. I'm surprised it didn't catch on fire.
well as my PhD.
I
During
forgot
that
all
time
about it.
frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications.
Okay.
I taught for 5 years at
Jesse
Texas
Roberts.
A&M and
Yes.
served as a peer
Very.
reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory.
Did he just say Sorry. Did he just say human volunteers? Crash dummies. Hello.
Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I can accept that. I had this visual. I forgot about the corpses for donated for science research. Okay, we're good. I thought they were living. I was like, what the hell?
I don't know if
I'm
I'd say a
interested in my
lot, but I
source.
was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. It's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that
I'm a Toyota Venza owner that I absolutely love. So this will be interesting for me.
you're well-schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer, Christopher Furbish, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation,
So is that how you found him, Brennan?
the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, There was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. Sat-tie 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the Event Data or Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. Excuse me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes,
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes.
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
Correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data, regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and
Want to say this because we're still going through his information. I looked him up on Aperture. Everybody has a minimum of a bachelor's when it comes to the expertise of, let me get it back up again. If they're an expert of finance or construction consultant, that's different. But if they are a forensic expert of any kind, they all have they have over 100 experts, but all the forensic experts that I can find on Aperture have a minimum of a bachelor's. They have changed his forensic expert to just digital forensics to match his associate's degree in Aperture. I find it interesting that Shannon Burgess is still an employee and probably will remain so throughout the duration of this trial, because if they fire them, it's going to hurt the prosecution. But all of the other forensic experts, accident reconstructionists, there's a lot of accident reconstructionists, and I mean, like, major amount. But anybody that is a forensic expert, they all, human factors for one, they all have a minimum of a bachelor's, at least one. A lot of them have 2 bachelors and a master. Just FYI.
You sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Many.
Oh God, I should know that.
You have
I mean,
over,
we have
you
them
have
in
over 100
Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or
Employees.
4 in Texas.
experts.
There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD and engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, 1 group of 92 of the scene, 1 group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene, I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses.
So why would you say something called infotainment? You should know what that is. If you've investigated, you personally examined the Karen Reed's SUV and John O'Keefe's FUV on the scene. He also purchased the same make and model as Karen Reed's 2021 Lexus SUV, and he completed the PowerPoint presentation about all this. You should know what that info was. Why are you saying something like that? Makes me uncomfortable.
Earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The
Judge,
Boston Magazine interview with Miss.
this is an expert witness, Judson Welcher, PhD. He is a forensic accident reconstructionist. Best I can tell
Miss
you.
Reed.
No
A
snark
Dateline interview
needed.
with Miss Reed.
Mr. Roberts, you're good.
A 2020 interview with Miss Reed.
No one's going to snark you.
Lab reports from
They
Bode,
do, I'd kick them out.
Crime Scene Response Unit, Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File
Jessica, I have it right here under my name. He works for Aperture LLC. I think he's a co-owner.
folder, Trace File folder,
That's okay.
UC Davis Veterinary Report.
All good.
I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have two retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report.
Is all
I have the
of
Orange
the-
County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper.
Just so you know, he bought the entire vehicle to the sum of up to $50-something thousand. Her make and model, back then when he did this in January or not January of this year, in 2024, her used 2021 was going between 40 and $55,000, depending on the package it was included with, depending on what all the little bells and whistles she had. So let's say ballpark at $45,000, the county reimbursed him for the cost of that vehicle. Because let me tell you, he didn't need it. He charged the county for it. So just so if you know, if you're living in Canton, Mass, y'all are going to be bankrupt by the time this trial is over.
And tail light of her vehicle. And then, of course, I started additional work on top of that.
Probably.
After you began your study, sir,
They didn't
did
hire
you
him then.
have an opportunity to
I don't
personally
think.
look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis,
Oh, shoot. Oh, y'all don't believe me. Y'all won't believe this. Look at the car. Look at the cost of this car. Used 2021 mint condition. $75,000. $75,000. And look at the car. Now, one thing I want to show here. Let me get it more. There we go. They were talking about how the tail light right here protruded the bottom of the bumper. It actually matches slightly further back by a hair, the upper part of the bumper, but the bottom part of that bumper, this lower part right here actually extends past the bumper, the tail light, but that was her vehicle. $75. Holy crap. That's today, right now price,
now
Carvana.
ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have. Did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You're welcome. The county, Suffolk County or whatever. You're welcome. Canton, Mass. Your county paid for that. And what happened to the vehicle when it was done being examined? I'm sure they tried to sell it again. I don't know. But
Yes.
ouch.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder.
I just pulled one
Kindly take a
hair.
Look at it.
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared. 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. West, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you.
I haven't
set up
even
before
paid
start
attention
asking
to our
more
bingo.
questions.
So June, can you give us a bingo update, please?
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide. Oh,
I
again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your
Those of you on Facebook, please share.
office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look
True.
at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month of the date?
No, it was obviously before this, I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
Matt?
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those, did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, Doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside.
Okay, guys, I want to explain something. If you see me looking this way, it's because I've expanded the screen so I can get a better view of this. I am not ignoring you. As you guys can tell, I have multiple screens here. So don't be offended.
Out of that taillight,
Please.
was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
They did more.
So
He
again,
did a better
looked at the height of
investigation
it.
than the police
I
did.
mentioned this lower tail light.
fault.
Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, or scuff mark. Notice how close
Alleged.
it is to this light.
Alleged.
Again, some of the evidence, stickers.
You're assuming that's where that
Just a
scratch
better
came
view of
from.
those.
You don't
And
know.
going down the side of the vehicle.
You're assuming that's where the scratch came from. You don't know for sure. You weren't there. You do not have a detailed close-up view of her vehicle prior to them receiving it. So that scratch, I would say, is alleged, in my humble opinion.
So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together.
Exactly.
So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so
Hundreds of
you literally
millions of
can
points.
figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of
The problem is the tail light here has been fully removed. Fully removed.
these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't
Then
need
why did you
literally
have
that
to
many
go
points to
buy
get
a
an accurate
car?
model, but that's just the nature of
Why
where the
did you have
science
to
is
go buy a
going.
car if you could do that?
Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually
Defender,
copy
hey, thank you.
or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly, we had no fault codes, but for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the tech stream. So this is from Toyota tech stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Sorry, PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
tech stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the tech stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The tech stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the tech stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the tech stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Yeah. Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the tech stream data.
The tech stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The tech stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new tech stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you know, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did
Urges, for example.
it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And we have 100.
Correct. So again,
One.
simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the
Okay. Wait a minute. You had access to both cars. You could have put his car on a perfect 90. You could have backed her car up and watch where they collide. Why do you have to do all this computer stuff? I'm old school. What can I say?
scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in a computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact. Again, this is for looking at when Ms. Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, you notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the.
But again, he was straight. She was on an angle. That doesn't make sense. If you were perfect like this, that makes sense. But on an angle, not so much. Let me see if I can find that video in the meantime. Keep going.
The vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brandon, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally.
Here we go.
On the
What? She's
Chevy
not
Traverse in the upper
perfect.
left hand, the vehicle in the upper
He
left hand corner
is
of
not
the
a perfect.
video.
Watch the video.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left hand corner. Okay, go ahead and play.
It's not perfect. See, she's angled. See,
Pause.
it's angled.
Did you see anything happen with the?
Okay. Do you see what I'm talking about? Oh, my ears. That's the problem. Okay. Do you see what I'm talking about? He is at a 90. If this is him at a 90, she's like this. That's not what he showed you there at all.
This window to, say, some manhole cover on the road. We have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the. Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
sustained, ask it to.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have two triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, you know, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event? And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you
I
enlarge
mentioned-
that for us, Doctor? I hate to
I am
interrupt, but
doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was two separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the two events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing, events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written in these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock. It has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct?
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report, but it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we are ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr.
O'Keefe's cell phone.
Yay,
Correct.
one sunny day.
Do you
I
have
don't
any
even know where we
understanding
are
whether
in
all
Bingo's.
devices
Can somebody
have
put them up there for me,
the
please?
exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
Have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on this slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at point 154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct?
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Yes, we'll come over.
Hey guys, sorry. I am online with my financial aid for college. Be right back. Side. Sorry guys, I'm on hold. As soon as I go on hold for my billing department for college, we get a sidebar. I am so sorry. I can't help that. I had to get online. Had to call them. Oh gosh. I apologize, guys, but I had to go. I had to give them a call. Supposed to be getting a college refund. Hold on. Oh, never mind. I'm still on hold. Oh. Yes, Amber, this is wow, that sucks. Okay, I was looking through my transcript, my billing for college, and it has something called medical services fee for $42.50. I had no idea the whole time I've been going to college that I had telehelp, medical help via whether it's physical, I can see a virtual doctor, or I could have had virtual counseling, like when my sister died. I didn't know that. I thought you could only use that if you were an actual physical student on campus. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's kind of interesting. I'm glad to know they have that for people. I just wish they would have explained it. Holy schmack. Look at this piece of hail, y'all. Near Menard. That's only an hour or so away from me. Oh, wow. That That's huge. Look at that. And y'all didn't believe we have the last couple of days we've had some hellacious um hailstorms. We really, really have. So wow. That is in freaking sane. OMG, y'all. Wow. I knew we've had a lot of hail, but damn. For bingo, we have. Let's go look at our fabulous little bingo card here. I'm just going to move it over here. I'm just tired of turning my. I don't turn. We're always right or left side dominant. I'm more comfortable that way. Tail light lens. We did that one. Reconstruction. Where is it? I don't even see it on my card. Oh, there it is. Cutoff attorney. Yeah, I do remember that one. Objection. Objection. Hey, June, you might want to put screaming goat on the next bingo card. Just a little thing. Sidebar. We're sidebar. Correct? Is on there. Why do I not see sidebar? Oh, we already did it. Ask a question in a different way. Data. Yes, we have that one. Correct. We have. I will allow. We have. In my humble opinion, did I say that? Did I say that? We also have backup because I talked about her backing up. So we do have backup. Overruled or sustained. Has she overruled? She sustained. So we have overruled and sustained. Answer will stand speed, backup speed, no external review, key data. A moment, Your Honor. Didn't he say? Yeah, I probably did. I probably did. Didn't he say, ma'am, a moment, Your Honor? I don't know. We'll hold off on that until we get a closer opinion. So there we go. There's where we stand on all of that, lovelies. So we'll come back to this. So wow, y'all. We have a that's wonderful. It's not working. Dang it. Oh, I thought her just, you know what? I say it so frequently. I wouldn't be surprised if I hadn't have said it. It's just log in. Yeah, I hate having to do all this stuff. That'll work. All righty. Oh, why, you're welcome, cell phone. Every time I plug my cell phone in, it goes, oh my, thank you, Ada. So that's what y'all are hearing when you hear that. It's the cell phone. Okay, so yeah, I don't want to look at that right now. We're good. Anything going on in Discord? Y'all are quiet in Discord today. And Facebook people, you're quiet. I want to give a shout out to all the alternate jurors out there. We have 539 of you watching right now. Thank you so much. We have 8 in YouTube. Come on, YouTube. Facebook, we don't have anybody on at the moment. And of course, 8K Media. But come on, guys. Let me go to my channel. I don't want to go to the verification home. Why cannot I see? Why cannot I see my own live in X? I'm going to X and I can't see my own live. Why is that? You want to help me with that?
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there were two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one,
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
correct?
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest?
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can
Sure.
see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time, that answer your question. Then we have,
The 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So when the car
I can't
turned
even see
on,
me live on X.
then
Why?
we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1.
That's why.
The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And then there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with the rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point it's turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event?
Thank you, hello, it's Britt.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerated pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have a brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have
Correct.
returned to
Karate
an
Cat
okay
Mom.
state. And so then
I'm
it
seeing it.
stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Sidebar. I knew that was coming. I could feel it in my bones, man. Next witness, extra review speed. So speed, click off speed. I still don't have me a bingo. Did key data get in there? I don't remember. So there we go, y'all. There we go. Oh, look at mom. You know, I do feel bad that they have to, but that's the only place for the cameras. Somebody thought that they were doing it purposefully. And I'm like, I don't think so, because I think the camera, like if my monitor here is where the O'Keefes are sitting, I'm sitting in the jury box, the camera is up and behind my head. That's the only direction it could pan to the left and right, really, but that's the only direction. So it is what it is. They wanted to have more seating available to people to support them. That's why they're put on the side here. Now it's going to go up to Mr. Seeley. But then when you look at the back of the courthouse behind Karen Reed, there's a couple of rows for seats too, but in all honesty, she has less people there that can sit there. So they put the O'Keefes over on the opposing side of the jury because they had more seating available over there. So this was not done as a media thing to put them in the hot spot. It's just they wanted they fought for that seating so they could have more people supporting them. So you have to suffer the consequences on that. If you did not want that, then you don't ask for that. It's that simple. I'll light my candle. Lighting a candle with a blowtorch is not always the easiest thing to do. Oh, guys, it feels like Monday. I did not sleep well last night. I don't think I went to sleep before 3:00 this morning. It was well after 3 before I actually fell asleep. Okay, we're coming back. I have no idea what some of this stuff is here. Hold on. Leaving server. Maybe on his server. Okay, so we have them back again. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So all 10 news media are there. I wonder if anybody lost their seat. Bingo for Miss Erin. Any y'all in Facebook world, you should be getting bingo soon. Yes, you should. Y'all should be bingoing. My gosh, we've got 581 people watching between all social medias, but we only have 4 likes on Facebook. Come on, guys. Facebook, we have 2. We have 1 for Ada K Media on Twitch. 8 in, well, now everyone's dropping. 8 in YouTube. Come on, guys. Share. Alternators, really, this case is so saturated. It is so saturated that everybody's numbers are down unless you're EDB. And I'm sure even hers are down a little bit too. I don't know why y'all can't hear this. Did you hear the sidebar fart? I don't know why that's not coming through. It's driving me crazy. Miss Celine Dion is still singing in the middle range. She's not moving at high. No, see, I don't understand. I may have to turn off the computer and turn it back on. I don't know why, but I may. Volume controller. I don't need a water reminder. We're going to get rid of this. Uninstall, uninstall. Tools, YouTube, ticker, YouTube channel, statistics, subscriber count. Why don't we do this? Subscriber count, review count. Why isn't it working? Oh my gosh, it's a lot of work. We're not going to do that.
10-minute break because we're breaking up.
They're going to take a 10-minute break, which did not surprise me. At all.
Please rise for the
June, you got a bingo. I don't have a bingo. No bingo. Am I missing one, y'all? So they have a 10-minute break. But guess what we're going to do? We're now caught up. We zoom, so we're not going to wait the full 10 minutes. All right, everybody, get up and move. Dance. Get the blood flowing. Guys, my doctor's frustrated with me. She's worried. I'm sitting too much. I need to get more flow in my body. It's why when we take long breaks and lunch breaks, I'm coming off a screen. I'm walking, trying to get some steps in, trying to get blood flow so I don't develop blood clots. Yes, I had the blood clot lecture. The blood clot lecture. I had it. Uh-oh, Celine is now at maximum speed. She's hitting the high notes now. Celine Dion is hitting high notes. Okay. Oh, I want to tell y'all something. Every home should have this. This is not a commercial, but I found this and I've been looking for it. It's not the latest edition, but it's good. Every family should have this book. It's the American Medical Association Family Medical Guide. You should have these. If you should find, it looks like this on the front. If you should find one of these in your used bookstore, Goodwill, whatever, it is an important book to have. This one was, yeah, this is copyrighted in 94, but it's been reposted and reposted. It is everything you could ever imagine for a home medical book. It is it's fabulous. This is something that my husband, who is a doctor, would recommend to all his patients. It is wonderful. They have newer editions, but for $1.99, come on, y'all, get it. But it's these are fabulous to have in the home, really are. But I like having it next to my desk because I don't know everything medical, but I know a lot. But if there's something that's brought up in court medical that I'm not sure about, I just pull it. Not all the time. Now I have the real medical thick one for doctors too, but that's easier to haul. I had a coworker pass away from a blood clot. Her and her husband were traveling to visit their son and drove 11 hours. Yes, I had a blood clot to my lung when I traveled to California from flying. We were sitting in Palm Springs, their airport or circular terminals, and you walk outside. It's an outside walk area between each terminal, and when you go in, they have sliding doors and then they close, and then that part of the terminal is heated or air conditioned. It was so cold. It was January, and we sat there for 7, 8 hours with delayed flights, and I didn't move much, and it was cold, and I ended up, getting a blood clot to my lung. Luckily, it was very tiny, and it didn't kill me. I had a husband who was a doctor at the time, so that was good. And so he knew what to do. By the time we got home, he was like, "We're getting you to the ER. You have a blood clot." I'm like, "What?" So yeah. Yep. Oh, sure, Lita. It is called the American Medical Association. Let me back that up. Family Medical Guide. Get the newest edition if you can. This is kind of an older edition, I think. But for $1.99 at the which publication is this? It doesn't say which version. Originally was written in 1994, but this is not the original. Go online to eBay and get you one. Oh yeah. Yeah, been there, done that. I did that when I was on bed rest with my pregnancies. I read my husband's medical books. Um but it's really good about breaking down what you can do for certain things at home. If you have painful legs, painful back aches, it has everything. All right, I got to make a quick phone call to help my honey bun. I'll be right back. He's picking up something for me and he needs me to help him.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objections overruled.
Dr. Welch, could you take us to slide 30?
You're welcome. Let's look at our poll real quick.
Zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right.
Interesting.
You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus.
from the Lexus.
The sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 122358 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
sure, if you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 122338.8, and compare that to 122358, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes,
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
it's, you need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, you know, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This
It
is what
was.
the 10 seconds
It's
of
our
data
Google.
is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, that the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
And you'll
in
have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the shift position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in
Oh,
this
we
case,
don't
if you're
have
going to the left
sirens
with the left
today.
turn.
I was hoping we had.
So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus. That's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we
By
have
the way, we're going to have him for at least 2
the
days.
accelerometer data here.
That's my
I've
bet.
highlighted a shift from drive.
By the way, the question I asked you guys was, do you think Karen Rudy should take the stand? 67% said no, 33 said yes.
To neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
you're gonna need to zoom that in so we can see it.
We have 600 views. Woohoo! 590 of
We have
91
information on
are
the brake switch,
on the X.
brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up, The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yep. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in the RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval. Then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you can see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved
Okay, I'm confused. Is this directly in front of the house?
83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you
From
can
the-
see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So
I think this is going to
no, this
confuse
is
the hell out of the
3/4 of
jury.
full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear,
Sorry, give me a second. I've got something to show y'all. Give me a second. This may help. Here's the 3-point turn right there. Watch this.
that's
This
what
is
it
not,
indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance?
okay, so that was the 3-point turn. But this is not the O'Keefe's home. I mean, the Albert's home.
That's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right?
And a rapid throttle application is 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump
If you're confused, you bet the jury's confused.
in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
No, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
And when you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the TextStream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the TextStream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly are.
Okay,
We're gonna
so
go
why
to
don't we do that,
lunch?
George? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch.
Oh, so we're getting 45 minutes for lunch break.
much.
You are muted.
Ooh, we get a delivery. Whoop, whoop. We get a delivery today. I don't know why I'm going whoop, whoop over a delivery, but we're getting a delivery. I have a question for you guys. It does. That's what I understand. As I understand it, John and Karen's data match, but the phones in the car do not match. And they're trying to make the phones in the cars match. And so that's where they're off. So anyway, Joy, was it for us?
No.
For who? Okay. So anyway, yep. Yep. Um, question. Here's a question for y'all. Since I'm getting married, I have a question. I don't need a house full of things because I've got a house and he doesn't. He'll be moving in with me. But my question to y'all is there's some things I need. Whoa. There's some things that I need, like towels and whatnot. Ask for a manager because hold on. Ask for a manager because they have to give it to you for what it's priced at least one of them. So get a manager. That's their mistake. They have to sell it to you for that price. We're buying some kitty litter and it's not cheap, but you buy it once a month and they have the $10 less than what it's supposed to be for. And so he went to pay for it and realized what it was. So I'm telling him, get a manager, dude. Get a manager because they have to sell it to you for what at least one of them for what it's marked for. I would for $10 difference. Hell yeah. Yes, we got a nice court break. Thank you so much, Lita. So my question is, the things I need are like kitchen towels and sheets and things like that because I've had kids, so all my towels they're not nice ones anymore. Do you think it would be inappropriate for me to do a wedding registry? Just asking. What do y'all think? Should I do a registry? Yes or no? Just curious. Not that we want anything expensive, but just something, you know, like table linens and things like that, that I would love to start fresh and new with because I don't have a whole lot of nice things when it comes to towels and blankets and sheets and things like that. You say yes. Oh, okay. Well, I shall. That's a yes. Um, but it would be nice, I guess, to have something. I don't know. Mary says yes. Okay. Well, I'm looking at Etsy right now. Um, looking at some handmade things, but I think I'll do a wedding list on Amazon too. On Amazon. I don't know. I don't know. Don't know. Don't know. It's a lot. Uh, most couples have a wedding registry. Yeah. And I have waited quite a while to replace a lot of my stuff because I love my kids, but come on now, you know how it is. Hey, I would love money. I wouldn't turn down, hey, we're booked a honeymoon. We got to find a way to pay for it. Um it's not outrageous, but still it would be nice to have some help on the honeymoon. We booked a cruise on the Jubilee, I believe. Hold on a minute. My son is going nuts in there. Money is good. Money very good. You know, I mean, Gerald moving here and all these changes cost money. Plus, we're trying to buy a house. The house I'm living in. Yeah, nope. We're trying to. He's going to move in with me. We're going to try and buy the house I'm living in, but I don't know. It's not sure that's going to work well. It's so hard. I would do a registry. I think most people realize circumstance. Amazon's great to, yeah. Yep. I might do that. I might put some things on there and then I might put in there cash for, you know, honeymoon would be good too. Because that way we can have a nice honeymoon. I never had a honeymoon with my first wedding, so I would love to have a honeymoon with this one. All right, guys, I'm going to actually do what my doctor ordered. I'm going to get up. I'm going to move around. I'm going to eat. We got 650 on alternate, 641 on the X alternate juror. Thank you guys so much for watching and viewing. We will be taking a lunch break. Everybody get up, move around. If you're not moving around, ooh, had a chill. Get hydrated. get something to eat, and come back. I think basically 12:45 is when I'll be back here. If not shortly before, we'll go over what we've heard so far, do a quick recap. This guy's hard to do a quick recap. Okay, see you after lunch. What was that? I had it loop. Loop, dude. Loop. Thank you. So what happened? Did you talk to the manager or something? Yeah, because they have to charge there at least one item. So did you? Where are you? Well, guess what? I understand that the whole point is that I know you're struggling, but I have to it's like I'm just frustrated. back. Welcome back. Our goat says hello. I'm so happy our goat is working. Yay, y'all. Hallelujah. We're back. Oh, my candle's getting a little staunch in here. Woo. Well, the Celine Dion has made its appearance. Hello, Chris, and welcome. Thank you all for coming back. We appreciate you. Appreciate you so very much. And right now on alternate jurors, oh my gosh, on X, we have 720 viewers. Oh, thank you so much. You guys are so amazing. I went ahead and left the Judson Welcher. He's going to be coming back. Again, YouTubers, thank you so much. Facebook and Twitch. Thank y'all so much for joining us. We greatly appreciate you. Yay! We appreciate you so very much. Okay. I'm sorry, I just got a message from my boo. My honey bun. Honey bun. No. So he's got another job. He's got to go do something. So that's good. We don't have anything to report as of yet, but let's go ahead and look back at this morning's testimony. So Dr. Welcher got on the stand this morning and he was talking about the 3-point turn. Brennan turns to podium, no longer showing Burgess' data page. Welcher repeats the SUV turned on at 12:36 a.m. He says he was able to identify the 3-point turn as a triggered event, and it wants me to exit page. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Now I have to go back and reload this. Seriously, dude? That sucks. I had to reload the whole page. Sorry about that. So he says he was able to identify it. The data for speed, transmission, etc. were recorded for 5 seconds before and 5 seconds afterward. He then showed a bunch of charts and numbers showing the 3-point turn. Yes, I know it's important, but it bored me to death. Welcher says the 3-point turn happened on Cedar Crest, not in front of Oki's house. Brennan asked about when it happened. Welcher starts to talk about the time variance between Reed's SUV and John Keefe's phone. Then we had a sidebar. Chris H., welcome back in, babe. Good to see you. So we had a sidebar. Then we had a 10-minute break. Recess was over. I want to say like kids in the classroom, recess is over. A judge overrules Alessi's objection. Brenna continues to ask about the timing. I see you, Diane. Give me a second. Good morning, love. Maybe she wasn't ready.
Dr. Welcher, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35.
I believe the next slide is 35. Okay.
Whenever she's ready,
Now, when
we'll
we
hop
look at
in.
this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can
She shook
start
her
from
head.
left
Hi,
to right.
Diane. We'll say hello to Miss Diane. She's going to interpret for a little while. She's got to move to her right so little bit. That way. That way. That way. You are a left leaner. There you go, beloved. She's like, yeah, it's true. Hey, Diane, you're looking beautiful today.
Well, thank you, ma'am. It's dirty hair. Thank you, ma'am.
That's okay. Everybody's saying hello, Miss Diane. So, dirty hair. This is what we do. Question: should I do a bridal registry?
Sure, if you want to.
I need new sheets and towels.
Well, then yes, and put on there need new sheets and towels.
How do you sign sheets?
Sheets, like sheets, like blanket sheets. Yeah.
Okay.
Get bamboo sheets.
Well, that's what I put on my list.
They are wonderful.
Never had them. All right, we'll get into court. There's a lot of data.
And we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minutes and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application,
What the heck?
increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerator is fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, it initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you have data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. That I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. it's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends. God damn it.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the tech stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then it'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was
Again, when we have these exhibits, I'm looking over here at them in a bigger one because I can't read crap. So I'm not ignoring you. I'm not playing. Someone once accused me of surfing the internet while we were live. How dare you? If I'm surfing, I'm looking for information for you. But anyway, I'm looking over here at a bigger version of what y'all are seeing, okay? Let's get back to it.
34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the tech stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide. I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-hand box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes?
Correct.
Specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. It's basically 3 different routes you can go. Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these tech stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the tech stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
Yeah, you
So,
try and
get the answer again.
Would you like me to ask the question?
I don't know if I have ADD or ADHD, but someone once told me I did. And I have to tell you, when you sit here for 8 hours a day, it's hard to stay focused, especially when you could care less about the numbers. But you need to listen anyway. So I am.
Question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right? I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver, or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
it was accelerating at 74% throttle.
Well, what is that in speed?
In addition to your analysis of the tech stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
So I now want to turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question is to Brennan.
Okay. At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5
we'll
o'clock
do a
in the morning.
bingo review in a
And
minute.
so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear taillight of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is
Out
in
of
fact
country.
the one I got, the same exact one as Miss
You're telling us you bought the vehicle and had it shipped
Reed's. These are all
to the
the
United
standard equipment.
States?
Miss
That's
Reed's is on the
freaking
left.
fortune.
My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS. That's Toyota Information Services, Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website. And then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammatic. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data and photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles.
Really? Amazing. Somebody finally.
So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast. So it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr.
Welcome back, Jackie.
O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can you get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth? Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots, spots right across from here and right across from here. You could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say, watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video. There's the laser scan. There's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. Remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks. Create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the.
But the problem is when you watch the video, she's not that dead on. She's actually, here's his car. She's backing up, comes like this, and then she angles, and that's when she hits. Okay.
Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet, and we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene.
Too much work.
So now what that allows us to do, we
cramping,
now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Miss Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide over, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other. The exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, I mean, you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points
contact, but it would be higher
within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, So this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Miss Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight, but yet the lower taillight also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide over, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's Traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something.
What? Well, what'd you skip?
So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact. Huh. I don't know what happened this time.
What you looking for, dude? Help him, somebody help him. He needs help. Y'all. What did you forget? What did you
The
forget?
slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
And he didn't
In
find
any
any.
of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
So this is really dangerous for Karen Reed because he says that the impact did not break or crack the taillight. That is to a high degree of engineering certainty. That is very damning to her. And this evidence, as he lays it, we got a problem. Let's see.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did.
Did
I
you
consider speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right. And then in the lower right photograph, what
was
I've
them,
done is
not
I've
me.
rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways
In that
into the
blue
Lexus.
area,
What I've done is I've painted.
this is where he's getting ready to describe it. That is where the tail light that is no longer there was.
The Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint, and sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out to see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then
That
what
no
you
good.
see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The
How
yellow
tall are you?
grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit
How
the
tall
tail
is
light.
he?
And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the tail light, and I'll line it up with the broken tail light in a second, lines up
this
with the
is
approximate
bad, y'all.
location of the lacerations
bad.
on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's.
Okay, if you're on the fence, let me know. I think this just changes a whole lot of opinion, Joel. This is no bueno for Karen Reed. This is bad.
Off the ground can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have 1 foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scruff. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide. Oh.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll show this from 2 different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2 mile an hour impact. But even a 2 mile an hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
Rhonda, can we approach, please?
Yes.
Okay, we have a sidebar. Okay, guys, what is this saying to you? They said that hers had a scuff mark. Well, here's the thing. Even being hit, oh, Diane, let me turn you on. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Even being hit at that slow speed does not, I don't know. I'm Diane, what are your thoughts?
I don't really have any thoughts. I don't know. I'm just kind of going, what the first time around when they tried her, they were stuck, right? They couldn't come to a conclusion.
Yep. Well, they
Um,
got hung.
they got hung. That was the word I was looking for. Um, so do you think they'll
But they
get?
didn't have this dude. I think if they had this guy last trial, Karen Reed would have been found guilty of something.
Well, then they just might find her guilty this time around. If
It's not looking good. This is dangerous. Very dangerous. And needs to be very it's dangerous, y'all. In that scenario, could have knocked him off balance enough for him to take a few steps. He could have slipped, fell backwards, not being able to break his fall. He's drunk off his ass. He is drunk and sustained, and all the stains on his pants where they found him had slipped and fell backwards to not be able to break his fall. The jury, I'm sure, will look at all. Yes, but here's the thing. He would have had to hit his head probably on the fire hydrant or the ground, I guess. It is starting to explain how he could have been struck by a vehicle. That is not something we've seen. Now, I want to know how tall this guy is, first of all. And mind you, I want to say this, mind you, he painted the entire tail light when he may not have been hit in that by the entire tail light. I don't know. Don't know. Are you hearing my son through the microphone? Okay. Oh, I've had headaches for the last couple of days. I think this may very well be a hung jury again.
so, what happens if it's a hung jury again? Is it done, finished?
Oh no, they can go after her again.
Again?
Again.
Wow. Do they ever get tired and say, "Well, we're done. We're not doing it anymore"?
They could. Do I believe they would? No, I think they'll go after her again. But the problem is, it creates such a financial hardship. It's already a financial hardship on her already. I'm concerned. Very much concerned that if they go after her again, it will be devastating. None to say the least.
Does she have kids?
So, huh?
Does she have kids?
No, she's not had any children. Not had any children.
Hmm.
Well, the eyes can have happened from the head injury because that pressure on the forward part of his head when the brain swelled to the point that it killed him. But what bothers me is the bloody nose and some of the other stuff.
Hmm.
That's my humble opinion. I sticking to it.
What did they say was her reason for unaliving him?
She was mad at him, I guess. Doesn't prove beyond reasonable doubt that KR caused JOK's death. Okay, that is true. Let's do the bingo card real quick because everybody's looking at the bingo card going, what's up with the bingo card?
Okay, hold on.
Okay. Next witness, we've not. Repeat the question. Did we have that? I thought we did, but I wasn't sure. May I approach? Answer will stand. I do not understand question. A moment, Your Honor. backup speed. We did talk about that. External review key data. So y'all tell me what I need to add to my list. And I will get a Amazon wedding registry set up. And I will post the link because I've already had 2 of you privately message me that they wanted me to send them the link. That would be so sweet of y'all. Key data. Okay, that's on there.
Where did my phone go?
You would think that the jury would know that, but they don't always know that. Just saying.
Just
They
saying.
may not know that.
Don't take your card down. All right, now you take your card down. 'Cause now I can look at it and see.
Now you can look at it. Does anybody in Facebook have you guys gotten a bingo? By the way, I'm going to tell you, I can't believe this. The alternate juror on X, I have 793 people watching me.
Yay!
Love you, X. I have 10 on YouTube, 3 Facebook, and 1 Twitch. So y'all are amazing. With all of you, we have 807 people watching. I would love to get YouTube up, but that's okay. If you're on if you're on X, thank you. Do all the little X thingies that you're supposed to do. You know what to do. I don't know what to do. They're coming in. Subscribe or follow me. I need followers. Y'all follow me. Would love for you to follow me.
Let's see. Yep, that one's been done.
You walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do?
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be?
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or giving a
No, that walking had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2. So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
What speed is the car traveling?
You can
I have to
see
take
it.
a comfort break. I shall be right back. I'm sorry.
About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's noted, Mr. Lacey.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, your objection is speculation.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear tail light of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
Next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes,
like back where the doors are?
but with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
There
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How tall is he? I didn't hear it. How tall is he? I don't remember hearing that. Get him, Alessi.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that
Hey,
bruise
Lady
was on
Jane.
his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
Could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops.
I don't care about your knee unless you're the same height as John O'Keefe.
So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its
can you?
orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes. Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:50, 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here is was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am, 127.
Could you show us the time and date?
But my thing is, look at all these marks and footprints. I mean, nothing is, we know what a crappy job. I don't have to say it.
January 29th at 5:50 p.m.
I don't have to tell you how crappy they did.
So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that This is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb.
And it's
Baseball
okay
hat.
to not agree.
Again, required a same baseball hat. The hat was also found in the snow. You can see,
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
so that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give it,
So I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of
I
it. So we
understand.
don't need to come to sci-fi, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay. Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
Sustain.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Yep. And that's
So we
okay.
have photos of a
That
broken glass.
That's okay. And that makes what makes this so fun.
Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line, you can imagine, is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I'll strike. I'm going to strike. Strike. Yes, yes. So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I
Oh,
moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it off the screen.
Your Honor, one more request is to agree to not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention.
Thank you, Honor.
Oh, in other words, put the crap back in the
Continue, Dr.
holes.
So, Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
That means you got to put the crap back in the horse. It didn't happen.
This
Don't
is the
take
next
Can't
slide.
resist.
pink elephants.
Yeah, I can't
If you can
resist.
continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar. please.
Ooh, what in the world? This is interesting. See, now this guy to me. Let me ask you: Do you feel? Do you feel that this guy is going overboard in his assessment? Do you think he's going too far? No? Yes? Maybe? He is an accident scene reconstructionist. I get it. But how far can he go? How deep into this can he go?
It all depends on how many questions the man keeps asking him.
Oh, I knew he was going to be on all day. He's not getting to cross until tomorrow because it's 3:30 over there.
Yeah.
So he ain't getting to cross until tomorrow.
It's like,
I say that for sure.
yeah, I think you're right.
Mm-hmm. So, yep. Yep. Y'all. I bought me some Vera Bradley luggage. Now it's just a gray suitcase. It's nothing fancy. But I will tell you, I bought the whole suite. And that thing was going up in value, y'all. I'm so happy.
You're so happy about it?
Yes, I is. No, I bought a lot of it. I bought I bought the big and the medium suitcase, and then I bought the large rolling duffel bag. I bought all of it because I had a lot. Remember when I went to Washington and then Tennessee and then to Florida to see you at a glow, and I had all that regalia to carry with me.
Oh yes, I do
But
remember.
I didn't fly to Florida. I drove, and in Tennessee, I just flew to Washington. It was the first time I used that luggage, and oh, if it didn't piss me off.
They tore it up or something? I wouldn't
Yeah,
bet that.
big old dents and scratches all over it. And I meant, what do I mean by too far? Are they getting outside of his realm of expertise just a wee bit, or do you think they're still within it?
I mean, it sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Yes, he does. But
I don't know if he does or not.
I'm not. What gets me is the painting of that tail light and it hitting the arm.
Mr.
That is
Lessie,
huge
Mr. Brennan
win for the prosecution.
is going to do this in open
Huge
court.
win.
Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on retreat?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Alessi, what's going to happen? Who's the guy in the suit with the horrible haircut? That's a horrible haircut. That fade sucks, dude.
Yes. Absolutely.
No talking, court still in session.
We're going to remove the heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says, but on each one of them, we're going to put
Thank you. Anything else?
Okay, so let's do this. And I'm gonna now use into this to see if there's anything else in the report to be waiting.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lessie?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor, yes. 124.
I'm going to look forward to hearing some lawyers' views on tonight.
I actually have 122 is already redacted, but I have it at 123 as well.
All right, I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
I heard the word
Yes.
in peach.
I have 123 is a blank slide.
Okay. So
So from-
124.
Triple M, we do not have that. For 124.
How you, Diane?
It's been, I'm ready for a quick trip to Alaska.
124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel?
I'm so tired of taking care of everybody.
Chrissy,
You know what I mean?
do you need a break?
Oh, yeah.
5 minutes?
Hold on a minute. My daughter's calling.
Okay. So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay.
2 minutes, and then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
Sure.
Yeah, confer with Mr. Brennan at one point.
Not on the record, Chris.
My daughter got an early birthday present, and she's got a birthday in June, and she's going to be in Tennessee the day or two after June. And so her and her boyfriend's family, they take a trip every year in the summer somewhere. And so that's gonna, she's happy. She got a check. It's gonna help her.
Where's she going?
I'm sorry?
Going somewhere?
Sure, and it won't be on
Tennessee.
the record, right?
For a week and a half.
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Please turn to slide 137.
I got this 100% gained.
For that opportunity.
Boy, it's been quiet in Discord, y'all.
Yawn, you struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't strike we struck it subject to going back once the heading's gone, right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why.
Right, but the ones, all right, so.
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay.
Oops,
So
sorry
are we
about that.
starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, ain't that the truth? Oh, I'm going to be in then. I found the Karen Reed chat in Discord. Is that what you're talking about, love? Oh, and as the gavel drops, y'all, I can't wait to watch that argument happen. All right, Diane, you go to discord.com. Then you're going to find us. We'll put up the link. Can somebody put up the link? Or, well, maybe I can. It's right here. Diane, I'll invite you.
Oh, boy, that would be nice.
Or I'll send you my link. That's what I'll do.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Inquire if Dr. Welch's PowerPoint is ready.
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welch?
Take the second one, not the
You
first
got me
one.
scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
Got it.
Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the
Easy
way,
to
the,
be
appears that way to me,
doubtful.
Mr.
I
the
know.
battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever in charge of. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but
Okay, thank you.
actually, I can't find mine.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
Oh, backup. All right.
Troy.
Equally bad. These laser pointers do not work on those monitors.
Yeah, we've had that too.
And again, thank you so much for watching in Facebook, X, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you so very much.
I don't know why they changed the name to Twitch. It sounds like somebody's got a twitch.
Well, Twitter changed to X.
Yeah,
Twitch
yeah, I know.
is different.
Oh, wow.
They're getting what is happening is the judges sent the jury out of the room. Brennan and Leslie are on the witness stand. Okay, the judge is asking certain pages of Welcher presentation. She's asking Welcher to do something. So there's something, Leslie has brought something up concerning the presentation of the evidence and the slides or whatever. So that is it.
I heard the word redacted.
Huh?
I heard the word redacted.
Yeah. Yep. The jury's coming back, and I believe I redacted everything. We're on the slide 132, still waiting for the jury to return. The jury has returned.
Dr. Welcher,
Reasonably doubtful. Thank you for
return
joining
to
us.
slide
Thank you so much.
132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
And everybody, it's National Grape Day. Get some grape juice or
me?
wine. Or grapes. Probably some
132 or
personal
133?
information.
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
So we skipped over that one as well. Keep going. Here we go. If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
It may be a name or personal identification.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Okay, explain that.
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, can you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw, and MRS as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD. It's just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to, say, fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay, so I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are.
So, are you telling me you're freaking medical examiner? You're getting into medical stuff. I don't care if you have a medical interest. You are not a physician. You are not a forensic medicine. You are not a forensic pathologist. You are not the ME. Why are you allowed to testify anything on the body or abrasions? My point.
So here's the testing. Again, this is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head. If you compare that to data in the science.
But you're saying that fall was that was a dead weight fall. He didn't try to break his fall. He didn't try to react to being hit. That was like he was already unconscious and falling. I'm really concerned about this because that's a dead weight fall. When we get hit or something, we react and we try to protect ourselves by putting arms out, by moving, by twisting, by turning, trying to salvage our own fall. So this guy isn't even taking that into account. It's like dead weight fall, head to hit. I have a problem with this. I do.
Please explain what the chart is before you explain.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, on the next page.
Right.
How tall is a dude holding the body?
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone.
Oh, that made my day.
So that bone,
That really made my day. Thank you so much. And do you know what, guys? Between all formats right now, mostly on X, we're up to 833 watching right now. Thank
Put
you
your hand
so
on the back of your
much.
head is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall.
We need more
His
YouTube.
occiput is about 4.6 inches down from
But
the
I'm
top
so
of his
grateful
skull.
for everybody.
That means it would fall a total of about 60 or 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering uncertainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus
Yeah.
collided with Mr. John O'Keefe?
So, but my problem is he's saying if you look at what he's done, he's standing there next to the car, the paint, she backs up in, John O'Keefe hits him in the right arm, leaves all those marks and everything on the right arm. He falls dead weight back. He wouldn't. He doesn't have a head injury yet. He does not have a head injury yet. So he is going to try to protect his fall. So this is bullshit. Sorry, Diane, but that's all I can call it because you were treating him with that dummy fall as if he's unconscious before he gets hit. And that's not right. And what about the vomit on the pants? And the blood that drained down his shirt? Because if he got hit and fell backwards, all the blood would be towards the back of the body, the back of the head, the back of the shirt, the back of the pants. Nothing would be on the front unless it's right around the collar where the blood comes here. And that would be extremely minimal. Explain the blood pattern, please. Prosecution. No, I'm sorry, defense. Get somebody to explain the blood pattern. That is where I have a hard problem.
On the evening of January 29th, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report.
You can't do that. No
I'm reading from my
bueno.
report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
Yes.
On this question, Your Honor, reading from a report for this question. So I'm reading from data.
So, try not to read that. Don't make me read.
Okay, doke.
Okay,
Uh,
Dr.
Yay,
Russell, let
good
me
for
ask
you,
you
madam.
again. Based on your analysis,
microphone seemed
data
low
available
today.
reviews,
Hold on. Are y'all able to hear her? Because she sounds very soft today. I don't even know if her microphone is even on.
She sounds like she's mumbling.
study based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable
Biomedical,
degree
that's
of
why.
engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your
So
Honor.
I'm gonna strike that. I wanna see Council Saba just.
Die, Bob. Put the crap back in the horse. Give it its rainbow poo. You know what happens when you put the crap back in the horse?
Horse is not comfortable.
Becomes a rainbow unicorn.
Oh, it does it?
And if you guys have know anything about our chat, we have a rainbow poop unicorn. I just put it in the chat. If you are a member of this channel, which if you're not, I would hope that you would become a member. If you're enjoying this content, we do have custom made emojis. I have custom made emojis. And one of them is a unicorn poo, pastel rainbow unicorn poo. We call it the happy poo. Yes, he does have an engineering. He's pretty up there. I will say that. Also, there's a little dollar bill next to your chat line. Don't forget to show some love. We'd appreciate it. This gentleman has a major degree. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Gabby got one. Ann got one. Oh my gosh. Thank you, June. Oh, and the other June and Dawn Ellen. Thank you so much, June, for the memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we have some people in there we haven't seen in a little while. June, do you miss the other June? She got a membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Y'all are simply the best. Appreciate you guys. I don't know what I just did, but okay, that's not what I wanted. Some weird tool came up. Guess where I's going on my honeymoon if we can figure out a way to get it taken care of.
Where are you going? To the islands.
We's I'm trying to do something real quick. I'll have to pull it up. I don't know the full itinerary, but I'll pull it up. I'm trying to let people know they got a free membership. Don't receive a free membership. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1. Wait, Gabby. There it is. Yep. I'll pull it up and tell you in a second.
You done forgot.
Well, I hold on, I can't do 2 things at once. There we go. Yes. I gotta pull up the email. Hopefully I didn't delete it. Just realized I may have deleted the email. I do too. I do too. I do too. I may have accidentally deleted it. I'll have to go back and find it, boo.
You may have to, because we ain't gonna know. How we gonna know how to meet you there? Huh? How's us all these friends gonna know how to meet you there if we don't know where you're going?
Okay. Wow. We are going to be on the Jubilee.
The Jubilee what?
The boat called the Jubilee.
We'll have a marvelous time.
We're going to go October 11th is boarding, and then at night. And then that's a Saturday, Sunday, and Monday or at sea. Tuesday, Mahogany Bay, Roatan. Costa Maya, Mexico on the 15th. Cozumel on the 16th. Fun day at sea on the 17th. And we will arrive on the 18th.
Oh, sounds like fun.
Yep.
Sounds like fun.
Yep. I don't know. I've never been on a cruise.
I have. They're lots of fun.
So anyway, yep. And there's another email that's not showing up that I need to see. Oh, that is awesome. I know. I love having all of y'all in chat. Everybody here is a member. I appreciate all of you. June, you're so sweet for gifting. I really, really appreciate it. You're amazing. And we are at a lovely sidebar. Babe, I need the one for the disability. Can you resend that, please? The accommodations one. Thank you, boo.
Okay, let's see if I can find this. HTTPS.
Okay, let's look at the Jubilee cruise ship. Why don't we? But I can't have the music on because I don't want to get in trouble. Isa don't needs to be in trouble, y'all.
You really don't.
This is the cruise ship we's going to be on, and it kind of, I got to say, that is massive.
It's pretty.
It's one of the bigger lines. This is what our room, well, I will have it disabled, so it'll be a little bigger than that. But, oh, Yeah, gotta lose more weight by October. I'd love to be down below 170 by October.
So would I.
Deal or no deal. Oh, that's funny. So we also got to find out, stay off the balcony. Are you afraid I'm going to go overboard? Miss Jubilee, 1985. I think they've redone that was the original Miss Jubilee. I don't know. I don't know. We'll get to board early. Oh, those are cool. No, I like that. We'll get to board early. Guess what she's going to say? We'll be back tomorrow. It's 4 p.m. their time, 3 here. They will be back manana.
Yeah.
How much you want to bet?
Dr. Welcher, we have to be back tomorrow anyway. Jurors, I
You're
don't
so
want to
good.
Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this meeting with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and please be very careful with your social.
I understand.
So we'll see you tomorrow.
We're going to wait and
Oh,
see if
I'm
they're going to
sorry, we're
continue the
starting an hour late
sidebar.
tomorrow. Is that what this is?
I fully understand your desire not to be on another ship.
We'll start it.
Something about court officers and specific directions. Okay, they got more work to do. We're not done yet.
All right.
Should Dr. Welcher leave?
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So
equipment.
just leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right.
I
Yes.
found this cord.
All right. So, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your
What?
objection.
What, Diane?
I found Discord. Yay.
Yay. Hold on, I'm going to mute you.
Okay.
I have got to have a comfort break. I'll be right back, but I'm listening.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right there is fine. And let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar.
We'll do so, Your Honor.
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number 1 is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time we put it. So by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the two questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes the stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't, he did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe. And he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision, putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him, nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper. And there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welch's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case law, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366
So what?
Mass 705.
perform brain
And
surgery?
it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor,
Can you
practice
take this in
what
the front
we
room? I'll
preach.
join you in a minute.
I have the ARCA
Those have lime on them if you want.
right in front of me.
Actually,
And I have the report of.
Is that a new one or is that a?
This is the new
I'm gonna
one.
Okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So I can, either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said in sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent, is page 15. There is no.
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right, so we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right, so I'll see you in the morning.
All right, so please.
Bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. We out of here. Okay. So, Judge Alessi says it is up to the jury to decide whether there was a collision. He said the defense strongly asserts that there was no collision. Alessi says that Welcher cannot give his opinion about that. He says the experts are limited to say only if the injuries and damages are consistent with a collision, not that there was a collision. He's right about that. Brennan also says that the defense does not get to define the prosecution's case. Says Welcher's opinion is not limited. We don't have to play peekaboo. Brennan says about the claims is definitely a collision. Brennan notes that he always refers to the SUV hitting and John O'Keefe as not Reed. Hitting O'Keefe. Brennan says he plans to ask Welcher about a clip or a side swipe. There will be more slides about that tomorrow. Brennan says Welcher is close to the end of his testimony, but not quite there. Leslie says ARCA defense experts will only talk about consistency when they testify later in the trial. We will practice what we preach. The judge says they will discuss more in the morning, and she was like, we done, boy. We're out of here. 8 o'clock. I am so tired of, I hate bell pepper. 8 o'clock. Central Standard Time. We will be here. You guys, oh my gosh, we hit 900. Holy Moses. We hit 900 viewers and that's 884 of them were from X. Thank you so much to all you from X, also YouTube, also Twitch and Facebook. My Facebook people, y'all have been fabulous. If anybody bingoed, please let me know. But we will be back at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, so now I got to share this screen. Let me get this pulled over here. Oh, wow. I got a lot of stuff up I didn't know was up. That makes sense. I'm so glad my honey boo and I fixed my computer. God almighty. I had so much stuff running. It wasn't even funny. On the bingo card, this is all I have. I did not get any more. So let's start by, here we go, everybody. Whoops, I gotta get it up. Woohoo! Congratulations, Miss Jessie. Congratulations. All right, here's the I shared. Jackie, thank you so much. Lady Jane, we'll catch you tomorrow. We'll be here bright and early in the morning. We do not have storms. Congratulations, June. Here's the bingo. Here we go. We should not have any thunderstorms tonight, but the rest of the week we will be at night. So I didn't sleep but maybe 3 hours last night. One sunny day. Congratulations, y'all. Miss Diane, again, thank you so very, oops, didn't mean to do that, for all your love and support and all of your hard work.
Oh,
You
well,
are fabulous, my dear.
I have a couple of questions to ask you when it's yous and me's.
Okay, no problem. I'm going to put you on the taskbar. I'll bring you back up. You guys, thank you again for such a lovely day. I have enjoyed spending it with all of you. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, not as long as it's this trial going on. We will be back again tomorrow morning. I look forward to listening and watching some of my fellow content creators' night to try and figure out some things. I want to hear their humble opinions. So, with that, I'll be over there. Everybody have a fabulous evening. Stay high, stay dry, stay safe. And remember, if you see somebody struggling, give them a warm smile. That's all you have to do, because you never know. You might need getting that blessing one day when you truly need it the most. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.